Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Elizabeth Asimwe from Literacy Action and Development Agency, Lada Rukonjiri, on number 20.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Elizabeth Asimwe.
It's Indogawa from Makerere University. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. 22.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm David Ntege from Makerere University, number 23.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Christine Matusa from MU, number 24. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Minette Deltoya from Ministry of Finance. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Fiona Kaenza from MU, number 26. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ngoa Viola, number 27.
Thank you very much. So when we look at the program, we will have a recap of day 1. We'll have presentation of module 3, that will be by Dr. Christine. We'll have, again, still under the same module, that will be Mr. David Ntege. Then we will have module 4, which will be facilitated by Dr. Agatha. So for the recap, we are going to do the recap in a different way. Remember, yesterday we did do the quiz for the last session. So as a recap, we are going to start with a quiz so that we can see, we check if we got what we had yesterday. Hope that is okay. Secondly, please have been informed that you're all supposed to wear your tags here. Please wear your tags. Let me invite Dr. Christine to take us through the quiz, to guide us on what we are going to do. Then she'll continue with the rest of the program.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
So as yesterday we had said that we are going to do our quiz in groups, but then we realized that at the end of the academy, we are going to give a training certificate, not a certificate of attendance. So in order to assess whether you deserve this training certificate, we thought it was important to do an individual assessment. So on this paper that you have been given, kindly close your computers so that we don't use online. Even those who are not around yesterday, we just want to have an idea of whether you have maybe a slight knowledge of what we are looking at. So just write your number. We don't need your name. That is why we are giving you numbers. So if you told us that you're Susan and you're number 1 on your paper, just write number 1, which we are going to use for reconciling. For all the subsequent quizzes, you also just put your number. What we have, the numbers we have assigned ourselves today are the ones we are going to use throughout the entire assessment. Hope I'm clear. So this quiz has 5 questions, and you're going to be given 8 minutes to complete it. So can we switch off our PCs or cover them? And then I'm going to start timing. It's 10:37. So by 10:45, I'll be collecting my papers.
Oh, I should be back. Should be back.
We have already started.
There is.
Yeah, let's start.
Time up.
The rest have 2 minutes. So you're going to go back to primary school, the teacher would say, exchange your papers. This one has another one. You remain with yours. I'm seeing one, but it's here. Have another deal. They're just reshuffling them, don't expect yours. Yes. So, and for the subsequent quizzes, you're only given one attempt. So if you've crossed out one, it means that you've copied from your neighbor. So that one is also marked wrong. Yes, because if you've chosen one, then why are you changing it again? That
Analyze.
you are not analyzing. You didn't give these people papers. Make sure I don't give them their papers. David, we are waiting for you. Let's have time. Have yours. You cannot because you remain mute. Even if one doesn't have that. So, okay, let's begin. So if someone crossed, you're going to give them half a mark. So that next time they avoid crossing, yes. It's not a new rule. Actually, when I'm giving objective type questions in for my classes, I make it very clear. You're only given one chance to write your objective. So if you write A, and then you also write over it, because you're not circling, but you're writing over it, then it is also not going to be marked correct. Pardon? I thought that you're choosing the most correct alternative. So you can't choose one and then change your mind and choose another. So that ceases to be one alternative. Okay, let's begin. The components below contribute to climate stability except. What was the correct answer you chose? So which answer did you choose? D. So if someone marks D, you mark them. If they have D and A, you give them half a mark. Skip along. You can use a blue pen since it's your mark. Give the tick at the side. At the side. Okay, number 2, climate change may result from. Let's put up our hands kindly. Yes? Be correct. If they crossed and then they have the correct answer, give them half a mark. It's fine. That's marking the previous one. Okay, number 3, low carbon climate resilient development can bring benefits, including. What answer did you choose? Yes? Okay, tick. If someone chose C, sorry about the typo in the choices. Number 4. No C. Only C. Number 4, nature-based solutions focusing on climate mitigation measures may include the following benefits, except. Pardon? Yes? Okay, G, tick. And then finally, Richard, which of the following is not considered one of the types of ecosystem services? Number 5, which of those is not an ecosystem service? Yes? C. Good. Yeah. Exactly.
Yes.
Why?
Yeah,
Because natural.
they are wrong.
The answer, it is ecosystem services. Yes. Not just services. We want ecosystem services.
No,
Is it an ecosystem service?
no.
Yes. For example, yesterday you took that beef and then you harvest the honey and that can be natural.
That's not capital. That's not natural capital. So we shall. I'll flash that slide. Just remind us about the ecosystem services. I think that is where most of the contention is. So among the people you're marking, how many have 5 out of 5? C.
See. This one has 100%. Get up for it.
How many have 5 out of 5? Tell us the number, and then we can see 26, 27, 25, and 14. Give yourself a hand clap. How many have 4 out of 5? 4 out of 5? Also clap for yourselves. 3 out of 5. 0 out of 5.
Wow.
Okay, we are going to collect the papers and then give them to their respective owners. After we have recorded somewhere the marks. Thank you for your participation. At least I can see that we make progress. Like I said yesterday, sometimes the objective questions are very tricky. What you think is the correct answer might not be actually correct. That is why in most cases we say, choose the most correct. Most correct is the underlined word because it could be correct, but is it the most correct when you read the word? The question again.
Leave comments like teacher or what?
Okay, this is our examples of ecosystem services. Gaston, your friend.
I got to.
Not true, I don't think. So this is our type of ecosystem services. Remember, we said that it is going to depend on where or what benefit you're actually going to obtain from the different systems. We have the ecosystem services and how they contribute to the well-being. Because if our ecosystem is suffering, then automatically it is going to impact on the well-being or on the overall well-being of the person. So maybe the interpretation here is what brought us the problem. Where is she going? So this is, I just wanted us to show this. We can look at it again, and then we see where. Susan, you'll do better next time.
This will improve.
It was an oversight, sorry. No, you corrected it after making another choice. So we just wanted us to do that so that we at least we are now, I think we are ready to begin session 3.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think when we give the next quiz, at least we now know what we are going to do. Choose the most correct. Don't change your mind after choosing it. You might end up getting half a mark again, even when all your answers are correct. David, are you picking or distributing? Have you recorded the marks? So yesterday we looked at the ecosystem services. So they want to look at NbS in sustainable ecosystem services, ecosystem restoration, and then biodiversity net gain. You find that you looked at some of these yesterday. So we are just going to throw some light on some of the areas that we thought would be important for us. And as we also go through these presentations, depending on the area you're coming from, you can also always chip in and give us your experiences, because some of you are already practicing the application of NbS within the different areas. What we might have seen as important, it might not be, or it might not apply to you. Because remember, we say that here, usually the NbS is going to depend on the geographical location and then also the needs of the community. If Kampala is flooding, in Karamoja it might be very dry. So we can't say that we are going to apply flooding strategies or how to reduce flooding in Karamoja, yet they haven't experienced a single flood within that particular area. So I find that one of the major challenges that is affecting our ecosystem is actually the growing population. What was planned before is no longer enough for everyone here, because if the plans before Kampala were for 1 million people, I'm sure we know the current population within Kampala. And that is why we find that here we are suffering from some of these different challenges. An increase in population automatically increases the pressure on all, let's say, utilities. If it is just water consumption, we need land. So if there is no land, of course, we are going to run to the wetlands. If we are residing in the wetlands, of course, it already has an implication. So the effect is going to have a multiplier effect, which we need to actually deal with. So once we start encroaching on the ecosystem, of course, we are going to have negative effects on this water scarcity, poor water quality, and then we are also having associated health risks of all these are going to affect the people, and that is why you find that here. Before, most of the interventions were using mainly grey infrastructure or grey infrastructure intervention strategies. But we all know that if we are to construct, or if we are going to use only engineering works, you find that first of all it is costly, and then most of the people, it is going to be unaffordable in most of the people living in the peri-urban and rural areas. So we need to look for an alternative. So that is why we need to look at interventions where we are going to also include our environment within the interventions that we are actually looking at. Once we have the appropriate intervention, then we are going to also improve on the well-being of the people, which automatically contributes to the environmental sustainability. So we expect by the end of this module, we should be able to describe the various concepts regarding nature-based solutions and water management, then explain the various co-benefits that emerge from the application of nature-based solutions in relation to water management, then discuss the different frameworks, and then also apply the different NbS in managing floods and landslides. So these outcomes are not for the entire module, but just for the session which is dealing with the management of the floods, the natural flood management strategies. This morning you trained. I don't know where you came from or what you saw along the road. So that is why we are always thinking of how to manage floods. At least in Kampala, flooding is a major challenge. So this is just, how do I play this?
A video. Just place the dot.
Is a link.
Sure.
No,
Unavailable. That is saying.
okay, we shall play it during breaks. This was a clip what was shared on social media one time after it had rained in Kampala. This was taken from Owino. I'm sure some of you might have seen it. People had their goods and then they were standing on top of the goods, and then water was continuing to flow. And one of the comments of the people was that we told these people not to build or to block the channels which are taking the water, but they continue to do so. And that is one of the effects that has actually taken place. I don't know how many people have been to downtown. I think we can see the different infrastructure that is taking place there. Once people are building structures, they're only thinking about the money they're going to make. Where the water goes, or if they are blocking the storm drainage channels, it doesn't matter to them. So it is always going to go back to us. Just like also one time in Lugogo, or these days more so around Coca-Cola. That one used to be Namambe. There was a forest there, but these days it became a what? An industrial park. So before this industrial park, all the water would just drain well, but the park area, the people who are constructing there are not minding. But you find that these days they're improving the drainage, but some days when it rains, I stay that side. So you have to use alternative routes. If you don't know any other route, you have to wait until the water reduces. Otherwise, you might also be a victim of the water. And we know we can't stop the movement of water, which is usually moving at what? A very high speed. So in order for us to develop an appropriate forest management strategy, we have to ensure that we have to plan, to develop, and then manage the resources. And managing this would mean we are interested in the water quality and the quantity, irrespective of the user of the water. We are not only going to consider someone who is collecting the water at the tap. What about those who have to draw the water directly from the source? Is it safe for them? If it is not safe, what can we do to help them? So different strategies have been realized or have been placed that we can try to adopt to help and improve on our water management. One of them is through forest conservation and reforestation. That would be applicable not in an urban setting, but in rural areas which are prone to flooding. Because at least we are sure that when we plant our trees, they can help in the regulation of water supply and then the storage in different locations, because we also know that canopies of the trees, the roots, and then also the soils around them, when the water falls on them, it is going to reduce in speed, or let's say the velocity with which it is going to fall, and then we are increasing infiltration. And then also sometimes they also going to help us to reduce on the runoff from the areas where they are. So if we also have moderate surface runoff, then we are reducing soil erosion and of course loss of nutrients. Because as long as soil erosion is taking place, all the nutrients are going with it. But never the same, we can also plant trees in urban areas as well as along the river banks. So reforestation will help us bring about the regulation of the water supply to the surrounding areas, which will also help mitigate against flooding and soil erosion. So these are pictures showing some of what has been done. Of course, this is not Uganda, but at least we can always look at it and see what we can do better. So this is from Uganda. We are planting trees along the slopes. But apart from planting trees, we can also do terracing, because we know that the terracing is reducing soil erosion. So you don't have to do an intervention only, let's say you're interested in only planting trees. So apart, if there is a lot of erosion in the area where you want to plant your trees, what else can you do? And this is a good example within these different areas. And then if you also look at our wetlands, most of the wetlands are actually attached to river bodies or to water bodies that we are using. If we can maintain our wetlands, then we are sure, because we know that these wetlands usually are acting as water purifiers. So the quality of the water that we are receiving is also going to be much better. Apart from that, we can reconnect rivers to floodplains and then desilt the water channels. I think we know about YSA. There is a time when every day or any day it rained, YSA was flooding. We have the water channel, so we will expect that the channel would be able to do its work. But what is happening in YSA? The waste is ending up in the channels and then they are being blocked. So how do we expect the water to move as expected when we have already blocked its where, so you find that here, most of these floodplains are low-lying land alongside the river. So we can develop it in order to receive water that overflows. Then, of course, if we slow the flow, or then automatically we are reducing the flooding risk. And then we can also see that if the nutrients are settling, as the nutrient settles, as we reduce the flow on the flood plain, of course, that would mean if we are releasing the water slowly, it is going to become cleaner, such that even when it ends back into the river system, it is not going to be as dirty as it was before. So that would also mean we are reducing the treatment costs, and then it will also help us to monitor the river flow. Another way we can also open up the water channels that have been contaminated with different pollutants. And I think boys have learned their lesson. These days, the channel is not as filled with waste as before, because they realize that if we don't clean our channels, then we are the ones who are going to suffer from them. If we also can practice the poor farming practices, so if we do good farming practices, then we can reduce on water pollution and then automatic improve on the water availability. This is something which is next. So here, this is River Nyamwamba. I think we are hearing about what is happening in Kasese. Most of the times, we are hearing stories that children can't go to school, or maybe the river was taking children because the bridges or the temporary structures that have been put there have been washed away by the waters. So you can see here, for this case, we can see the bridge that have been constructed to help the people cross. When you look at this bridge here, do you think it is strong enough to fight against the overflow of the river? Just like you can see here, if you're living, you might not necessarily be living along the river banks, but if you're close to them, any excess water, because it is running at a high speed, you're always going to become a victim. So when you look at such a scenario, and then you compare it with the scenarios in Boise, you find that it is the same problem, but the intervention that we need is not going to be exactly the same, even when our end goal is actually the same. So those are some of the things that we could think about. I included here a question for us to think about. We can see that people are trying. We can see that the trees are being planted here along the river bank. But why does this river flood over and over again? Pardon? Why do we think that this river is flooding over and over again? This picture was from the New Vision, and the headline was, or the caption, that River Nyamwamba floods again. Remember that flooding is coming with risks to the people and then also their property. What can we do better to prevent this flooding over and over again? This should be food for thought for us, and when we look through, we should also ask ourselves. We talked about the floodplains. We are saying that this is some land which is next to a river, which is helping us to slow down the movement of the water. So you find that this is a natural landscape. So how are we going to, when we look at the river banks, what is going to happen? This is one from the Czech Republic. And then for this, in this one, they have put their leaves. This is like some space between here and the floodplain, which looks like some bare land, which is also helping to stop the flow of excess water. When we look at what they've done, and then we also look at the status of our rivers in Uganda, I think we can also try thinking about this, because we are saying it is not constructed, but we are using the natural environment to provide a solution to deal with the situation that is happening. Because usually these floodplains are low-lying areas where once the water speed is not regulated, everything is ending up in the river. So meaning that it is also going to carry with it all the pollutants which are going to take place. If we look at the case of Bududa, where we have landslides, they've carried out research there of how they can try to harness the use of nature-based solutions for landslide risk mitigation in the Mount Elgon region of Uganda. This was submitted as a conference paper. So it was noted here that the risk of the landslides are expected to worsen in many parts of the world because of the projected climate changes, ecosystem degradation, population growth, and urbanization. When we look at this for Uganda, where do we lie? Is it climate change, the ecosystem, the population growth, and then the urbanization? So you find that when we look at all of this, these are things that we can actually help to restore to their original levels. So if we're to try to help reduce in the risk of landslides, then we have to protect against erosion and then improve the stability of the soils against the what? The river banks. So once we have done that, then we are sure that we can sustain the livelihood of the people, because we are going to get food, the fiber, medicines, and other materials. Because once we have strengthened the livelihoods of the people, then we are also helping them build resilience against the disasters. As we said yesterday, we have a disaster and then we also have a hazard. We know that we have the landslides, they are a hazard, but we don't want them to become a disaster. So we have to find ways of how we can actually look at this. So you find that the NbS strategies have been implemented, but most of the people had, at least we are saying here, they are planting out, they are planting trees, others we are using, they are integrating agroforestry, others we are using grass bands with napier grass, others have integrated water trenches in their gardens. Of course, terracing never stops, and then the contours across the slope, and then the water ditches, and then others are practicing no tillage. If you're not tilling, then we are sure that when the water falls there, we'd expect that it is going to be absorbed much more slowly than if the land is tilled completely. So while these different strategies were found effective, some of them are saying they are moderately effective. So as we said yesterday, all of this, we can decide to qualify it as either an NbS strategy as an activity. We are trying to protect, restore, and then manage the environment, all the different scenarios where the people are staying while benefiting from this, and it is still within this same paper where the person also commented. We have been told to plant trees, but landslides are occurring in the trees. So apart from planting trees alone, it would mean that maybe we need to combine the planting of the trees with a gray structure so that it becomes blue infrastructure, because it is not going to be as costly as when if we are only going to have gray infrastructure within the ecosystem. At least here we can already see that people are doing their best, but it is at 45%. You as champions of NbS, how can you raise it to, let's say, 90%, so that the people are no longer worried that landslides are going to occur when they're also applying the strategies that they've been told to plant. So, and that is why we are saying here that in recent years, most of the NbS strategies have been applied, being used for landslide risk mitigation. They're becoming popular, especially in these I could say that are in more developed countries, Hong Kong, China. Some are not as developed as we would expect. At least they're looking at this as among the alternatives. But it is also important to note, NbS alone is not enough. We need to enhance it by using, we could add the engineering measures, but that are there so that we can apply it there. So we need to do more to ensure that we are no longer at risk from landslides in the areas where we are applying the NbS strategies. So another area here that we thought would be important is the wetlands. I think Uganda is blessed with very many wetlands, but what is happening to the wetlands? I don't know you or me, how many of you are constructing and are buying bricks? Should we stop buying bricks or should we stop constructing houses? That way we shall be sure that some of these wetlands can survive. Some of them are being used for rice growing. So is this the best strategy for ensuring that our wetlands remain intact? Or we are also contributing to their destruction? So we all know that these wetlands are areas joining the land, area to water bodies. You're going to define a wetland according to where you're going to find it. But at least in most cases, we are finding them next to water bodies. In other cases, we can also define them as shallow vegetative water bodies that are bred in nature, comprising of swamps, marshes, amongst others, that periodically dry up, or we could also consider it as a transition zone between the terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. So we have seen all the different wetlands, and we know that some of the role that these wetlands are doing, the most common is water regulators. They are water purifiers. So we will use them to filter our water naturally, because you know in most cases, most of the sewage after treatment is ending up in the wetlands. But do these wetlands have the capacity to remove all the waste before the water ends up in the lake or the river? That would be a question for us to answer. They also removing coagulating sediments. And then the assumption is that they are also helping us in the absorption of the different pollutants. To what extent is this occurring? So once we can also take care of our wetlands, then at least we are sure that we have an area which is going to help us in the management of waste, water, minimize pollution, control the flooding risks, and then mitigate some of the urban heat island effects. If you pass through an area which is constructed and they don't have any green among them on a hot day, the effect you feel is going to be different with you passing through an area which has some green scattered throughout the area, because the green is helping within the management of this. This slide is more or less a repetition of what has been said, because we know that at least, and also say these wetlands are helping us in the management of floods. But is this still the case in Uganda? Most of them are being used for brick making. And then you also find that here, once these wetlands have helped to moderate the flows of this water, we are sure that if we reduce the speed of flow and we are releasing it slowly over time, you find that this is going to also improve on the filtration of the water. We are also saying that they can enhance resilience in catchments to floods and torrents. So they also help us to remove some of the organic and inorganic pollutants, microorganisms, and so forth. These days we are told that some of the food we are eating has the drugs that we are taking, the contraceptives, the pesticides, even when the water is treated. Maybe the purification might not be enough. If they missed being removed by the wetlands, then if the subsequent stages are not tailored to that, then it is going to also affect the removal of these different wetlands. So different conventions have been signed on wetlands. The most common is the Ramsar Convention, which was signed in, or the treaty which was signed in 1971. Many countries are already participating. And also what is important to us to also note that most of the natural disasters are what? Are water related. Water has power. We need it, but it can also be harmful to us. So we need to divide ways seriously of managing all the water that we have, so that we ensure that we are actually safe. But at least what we are sure that once wetlands are well managed, they're increasing the resilience of the communities to the different disasters that could also affect us. But the question is, what is the current status of the wetlands in Uganda? As you pass through your neighborhood, in case there is a wetland, what does it look like? Are you happy with what you're seeing, or you're passing there and you're also shaking your head, and then you also continue? We need to be proactive to ensure that we bring back our wetlands to where they should be. So how are we going to use these wetlands as a nature-based solution strategies? We know their importance, and then even when effective, we know they can, if we set it up well, they can help us to reduce or alter the flooding, maybe to up to 5 years. But we find that in some cases, their function is limited. And if we have extreme floods, it is always going to be less than 100 Yes, but even when you look at all these return periods, let's say 5 years, 50 years, 100 years, this is good time. If we plan it well, we can always look at them. So if we look at an example which has like in Portugal, they have they're also prone to flooding, but they have put their detention basins, which are placed in the critical flood zones to help in the management of floods. And then you also find that here, as long as we have designed our NbS, we are going to achieve the communities that we're interested in. Because we said here, as we design our NbS strategy, we are always asking ourselves what benefit we have. It is going to be social, cultural, and economic. If we cannot place a distinction between them, then a wetland is going to remain as any other. So that would mean that our communities need to help us monitor the wetlands. Actually, once we make the people have a sense of belonging, because they can use some of these resources within the wetlands, as they can set up income generating projects. We also find that here, if we restore and conserve our wetlands, they also have the potential to reduce flooding or urban flooding, because they usually act as buffers, or they're acting as sponges, which could shield the urban dwellers from extreme weather impacts. We also find that within these wetlands, we have different plants and wildlife. Once we have also conserved this, then it will mean we can maintain the biodiversity and its surroundings, and then we would also benefit from the good there. We also have areas in Natete, Najana, Kumbi, Chambu, and Namave, and Boise. What do you think we can do within these areas in order to prevent this extents of flooding? So this is a success story that I came across in Madagascar. We know that Madagascar is a coastal community. So these ones, they are keeping bees, and then they're also planting climate resilient crops, and also they're cultivating sage. This does not require a lot of water, but they're using the sage to make mats and handcrafts from them, which handcrafts can be sold to make money from them. For Uganda, we also know that people are collecting the papyrus to make mats. I was looking for the English word in my head.
Baskets.
Mats, baskets, and so forth. So you can see that we have all the resources, but maybe we are not using them well. We need to also setting up these communities. So apart from planting rice, you find that when you plant most of the areas, apart from, they are also planting bramble. This is more resilient than rice, and then they're also using it as a weaving material. When you look at some of these plants which are grown elsewhere, do you think if we also tried the same? Because sometimes people don't want to buy your papyrus much. Maybe if you grow another crop where you're going to get the same output, it is also going to become better. And here, one of them, what I also included here, that we need to restore our wetlands to their former glory, because automatically we shall have improved livelihoods of the farmers, we strengthen our water access, enhance environmental health, which leads to the proper functioning of our ecosystem. Because the health of the ecosystem actually affects almost all the activities that we are looking at in order to help restore them to what we wanted them to look at. So those are some of the two key areas that we, among the ecosystem, that I thought are directly related to Uganda. We have the wetlands, and then we also have the floods, because it doesn't make sense for us to look at other areas or look at other options which we are not going to, which might not benefit us at all. I'm going to ask my colleague to continue from here, write down your questions, and then I'll answer them after he has presented. Thank you for your attention.
Listening for your presentation. My name is David Mutege. And I'm going to be taking you through two sessions. One is protected area management. And what are protected areas? And where do we have protected areas in Uganda? What is a protected area? Okay, thank you for your response. Yes, protected areas are gazetted areas. They can be gazetted for a specific function, but they can serve several functions. If you have, for example, you have national parks, maybe the intentions of who are protecting those areas is to conserve wildlife. But I can assure you they also do other functions like carbon sequestration, because the plants which are there actually do that role. The IUCN definition of protected areas is clearly, it says the geographical spaces recognized, dedicated, but also managed through legal or other effective means. If you protect and you don't put means, protecting might be, for example, if you fence and you only stop at fencing, fencing alone may not serve the purpose. It might not help you to achieve what you want. So you have to do a lot of things. You have to recognize. Recognizing means put, for example, put indicators. Those of you who drive, you put indicators so that people can be able to recognize that a particular area, you put signs. You have to dedicate effort and also manage so that people are able to achieve long-term conservation of such areas. Protected areas could be taken on, could take on any form. They can be aquatic, they can be terrestrial. If they are aquatic, that means they have they are in relation to water. If they are terrestrial, that means they are land-based. And then the IUCN has developed a system of categorizing protected areas according to the underlying management objectives, which automatically affects how implementation is achieved. A strict nature reserve, those of us who studied forestry, for example, do you have representatives from NFA? Maybe when we look at our forests, for ease of management of those forests, the natural forests, they came up with a design to subdivide different forest reserves, the central forest reserves, into management zones. And then they came up with what they called nature reserves. The nature reserves are entirely managed as intact systems to minimize, to avoid human interference, because they want to maintain the integrity of such systems where human visitation or interventions are controlled. That helps to avoid destructions in such areas. And in doing so, they put production zones and buffer zones to help in providing cushion to the strict nature reserves. Dear moderator, someone should help me to move these things so that I can be able to see the other words out. Wilderness areas, they're usually unmodified. They are unmodified. You don't want to interrupt what is going on from. I had someone saying they come from the botanical gardens. Yes, the botanical gardens, you have wilderness areas. Not in your demarcation. But these are areas conserved, protected for maintaining the survival of particular organisms or species. You protect, you put something, or you reserve something from the wilderness so that it cannot get any external distractions that would otherwise alter the composition of such areas. We have national parks, those ones everyone knows. I'm sure every one of us has ever visited a national park. Then national monuments. These can be historical features that are they are put in place to conserve the heritage. And then habitat or species management areas. There are some conservation areas that have unique or endemic creatures, and they are protected in that sense because they are the only ones that are capable of providing a refuge for particular species that are endemic to those areas.
This one down.
The experiences of NbS and their implementation. The case of Rubirizi, Mitoma, and Kisoro districts. People have done agroforestry, soil and water conservation practices, forestry-based natural resource enterprises, water harvesting, and several others. When you look at particular areas, we say they have different challenges. The challenges that are in Kampala would call for particular NbS approaches. But in Rubirizi, probably the challenges that are there would call for soil and water conservation practices or NbS approaches, and maybe agroforestry. But maybe in Kampala, if you do, depending based on what the challenges are here, maybe we'll have to do something on urban biodiversity conservation, and therefore we'll have to take different NbS calls. NbS practices like tree growing, natural regeneration, stabilization of riverbanks have been applied in the restoration of River Chambura and associated wetlands from the western part of Uganda, Rubirizi district. In section 4, the ideas are based on ecosystem adaptation and mitigation. Those of us who attended yesterday, I think we reached a consensus that adaptation is the response that happens when the problem is already occurring. Not so? How do you adapt to what is available? And then mitigation is how do you reduce the challenge or the problem. Ecosystem adaptation and mitigation. One way, the easiest way, I'm calling it the easiest way, is by doing restoration. For example, in those protected areas we were talking about, if an event has occurred, if a development has occurred, and it has caused destruction to the area. For example, they put a road crossing through a national park, and in the end, it was discovered, or it is discovered, that the construction work has actually damaged the integrity of the park, the ecological integrity, what do they do? The calls would come out calling for restoration, because restoration, like you hear it, it brings back the integrity of the ecological integrity of what has been damaged. Again, to those of us who attended yesterday, I was telling you about my NbS research, where I found out that restoration actually recovered the diversity of amphibians and reptiles. However, when we are talking about diversity, there are several measures, and not all measures were recovered. Some of them you will find that they actually resemble those in the degraded areas. Sometimes the restoration outcomes do not come so quickly, they take long, but the damage can actually take less time to occur. If you construct today, you can have, but to restore the damage, it can take time. Yes, how do you go about the restoration? If the goal is to restore ecosystem function, which entails removing or mitigating significant human impacts, then you will have to do to support sustainable development by responding to major societal challenges. If the function is to increase vegetation cover, if you want to enhance vegetation cover, you would definitely go ahead and plant trees. Or, there's something I didn't mention about. When you're restoring, there are two ways you can do the restoration. You can do it passively or actively. Yes? Active restoration or passive restoration. When you do passive restoration, that means you're not going to plant any trees. If the national park is degraded and you want to do passive restoration, the only thing you're going to do is to limit or restrict human interruption of the area. But if you choose to go for active restoration, that means you have to go ahead and do, maybe you can do the fencing so that you restrict people. You can do the planting. You can also import species from other parks, depending on your objectives. If you want to restore a particular species in a national park, that means you have, if it is totally out of the national park in question, that means you will have to go somewhere else and get the species. So it all depends on the approach you choose to use, active or passive restoration. The geographical scale and remit of work is very important, because the effort you will put would depend on the extent of the amount of the extent of the restoration area you want to manage. The interventions aim to restore functional ecosystem units. This could be whole catchments through restoration activities. And which NbS would you go ahead to do? You put interventions that are planned according to the scale of benefits required. If the amount of work is not so huge, that means you will require relatively less resources than when you have to to do a lot of work. Then how is work conceived and planned? How do you plan the work of restoration? Usually, a small group of partners can come into those who have uniform conservation interests, can join hands and design the best approach that can achieve their conservation objectives. And that would require input from all the relevant stakeholders. If you're going to do restoration in a park, even if you've given a consultancy to do restoration in the park, you would have to be endorsed by UA, because you cannot just go ahead and start your tree planting without their stamp. Who is involved? There are mainly public sector, environmental statutory agencies. They can be people from fisheries and related interest groups. Most of the conservation work apparently is coming to realize that you cannot do a particular activity alone. If you're going to do conservation work like restoration in a national park, they can even go ahead and tell you that you require people from the social background, because you realize that the practices that you're going to do in the conservation process or in the restoration process might have implications on the socio-economic status of the people in the neighborhood of the conservation area. There are usually many groups from across sectors, including the public sector, not solely relating to environmental interests, but also the planners, ranging from those who aim for profits, but also other kinds of stakeholders. The type of interventions and activities involved. Okay, they will call for different categories of people. For example, engineering works that reconnect floodplains to river channels. If part of the work requires, now we're talking about actual conservation work, but we are again talking about engineers, because, like I said, the conservation work might call for different stakeholders, people from different backgrounds joining efforts to achieve the conservation goals. Because even if an engineer doesn't know about how to conserve the species, they might be the ones to construct structures that are going to help in the conservation of species. But your guidance as a technical and an environmentalist is to guide on how these structures can be put to guide effective conservation objectives. It encompasses both passive and proactive interventions, but may tend to emphasize more proactive design, because you want to achieve, to ensure that the society gets to benefit from that. The funding of projects, if you're the one who is doing who is implementing the conservation on ground, the conservation process or the restoration process, it is not you who is again looking for the funds. So it's not you who is providing the funds. but there is someone else that is funding the process you're going through. If you're a consultant, there's someone else providing the funds. And they are equally important because they also dictate on the particular requirements that have to be met for the consultancy work or conservation process. The public sector grants in-kind resources such as staff time from NGOs and other players are equally important because the NGOs are actually they can serve as neutral, they called neutral observers. They observe from a side, but they have an influence because if anything is going wrong, who provides the information? So such stakeholder groups who are motivated to support and resource the work, ranging from crowdfunding, community volunteers, they have to be taken into consideration because they also have an influence on what is supposed to be done. To the public infrastructure funding and corporate investments, yes. When they are constructing roads, for example, roads or any other public infrastructure, the nature of requirements that are demanded for has to be the funder requests for particular, the funders have to make sure that particular minimum requirements are met. Because in most cases, if there is no one to oversee what is happening, especially the social components of such developments may be underlooked. So that's why the funding of projects takes into consideration of the monitoring and follow-up on the infrastructural development. Then this component of project monitoring sort of relates to the funding of projects. It's often focused on assessing ecological, biophysical, and hydrological parameters. The component of the society has not been mentioned here, but the monitoring encompasses all these three because if you don't if you don't get concerned to the monitoring, they have hydrological parameters. We've had the situations where construction work, for example, ends up damaging local community water resources. And therefore, if you're designing or implementing a project, you have to ensure that the monitoring arm does its role so that the hydrological parameters, the biophysical and the ecological aspects are not overlooked to maintain ecological integrity of the ecosystems. Monitoring should focus on achieving the societal goals intermediate steps, and project processes. All that kind of information should be used as adaptive. Forest ecosystem services. We looked at some of these yesterday. If you have a forest, you might think it is only providing firewood, maybe herbs. You might not realize that it is providing actually all these ones. When you have a forest, it provides things that you see and things that you don't see. Things that you touch and things that you don't touch. If you harvest firewood from the forest, that means you're getting tangible products. If you're harvesting fruits or any other food, that means you're getting tangible. Yesterday, we categorized our ecosystem services into cultural, supportive, regulating, and provisional services, provisioning services. So we have, and we say if they are goods, that means they are physical, right? And if they are services, that means you may not be able to touch them, but they are occurring. Like if you plant trees, claiming that they are going to sequester carbon and regulate climate change, you don't see the trees capturing the carbon, do you? But it happens. And in the end, we see that the trees are growing. So there are several services. Above ground carbon storage, one of the most obvious, because most of us have even gone ahead to assess that. There's air quality and climate regulation, forest biodiversity. So if you plant your trees with the aim of conserving or restoring, if you're restoring in a park and your NbS, in your view, you're doing an NbS of planting trees to help a particular species recover from, maybe it was initially threatened, and you plant trees to recover that particular species, you're going to end up getting most of these functions. Your main goal is to recover that particular species. But in the end, you're also doing, you're capturing carbon and contributing to climate change alleviation. Yes? You're also doing erosion control, although the target was to recover a particular species of interest. The existing ecosystem services moderating water in a catchment are identified, quantified, utilized, and protected to the extent possible, so that we restore the ecosystem. Various degraded ecosystems are rehabilitated. What is rehabilitation? How does it differ from restoration? Are they complicated words? Are they similar? Are they different? Okay. Becomes healthier. So, such ecosystems are rehabilitated to restore their ecosystem integrity. Creating new ecosystems produces ecosystem services where they are cost effective, benefits for sustainable water resources management. Is it possible to, there are situations, I don't know if you've ever heard of such situations where they say we're going to want to put a particular project in such an area. But then, because of the functions that are being provided by that particular ecosystem, since we're going to remove it, we're going to establish another somewhere to serve the same function. Have you ever heard of that? Yes? How possible and how easy is it that the functions that are being performed by a particular ecosystem can be replaced? The ecosystem can be replaced and it serves the same function. Take an example. If you cut a particular tree that has been providing shade, and later on you put an artificial shade, would they provide the same function? Yes?
What is the word artificial? The other is a natural one.
But it is providing the shade function. It's not one. So those are the issues you have to think about as you do the restoration, because as you restore, there are some ethical issues that are forged when you're doing the restoration. Because in your mind, before you claim that you're doing restoration, you have to think about which species you're going to use to restore and which efforts you're going to apply. The choice of you doing the active restoration or passive restoration should be informed by ecological decisions. Not you just saying, no, in this area, all we have to do is tree planting. How sure are you the trees that you're going to plant are not going to cause more trouble? What if you introduce the eucalyptus and later on you discover that it is actually causing more damage than what you had before? That's why we have to be cautious as we choose which particular nature-based solutions we apply, because you cannot just employ any nature-based solution without clear evidence of how it is going to perform. Otherwise, most ecosystems are very sensitive. Restoring environment services in a water catchment reduces delays. For future investment in expensive infrastructure. Again, I will tell you of a story of a certain student who was testing to see most of our wetlands have been degraded. And we're thinking if we have to do restoration, most of our wetlands have papyrus. So this student went ahead and tested the performance of papyrus and these usual yams, the ones that are served when we're having lunch. Guys, yes, but not this guys here. Is it the same guys? How possible, how easy is it to have papyrus do the restoration? And this person was testing it using the contaminated water to see as it grows, how faster does it grow? As it grows, how easy does it do the filtration of water? Trust me, what we saw in 1 week, if we are to do restoration using papyrus, restoration of wetlands, we would start seeing results very quickly. In just a week, papyrus can produce as many more, I don't know how they call the young ones. If you planted one papyrus thing like this, in just a week or two, it can multiply more than 20 times while doing the filtration of water. If we have wetlands to restore, why don't we seek that knowledge and then we do the restoration? Because the plant has been tested and it can do the restoration of ecosystems very well. So restoration of inactive floodplains such as wetlands, lakes, and rivers may contribute to carbon emissions. It should be carbon emission reduction. To enhance retention and ensure nutrient cycling to improve water quality. Because if it is growing faster, that means it is depending on the nutrients that are in that wastewater. Because I told you that the students tested it using wastewater. So as it grew up, it was cleaning the water. You see? It is extracting the nutrients from the wastewater and also multiplying. As it extracts the nutrients, it is also absorbing carbon from the atmosphere. There will be wetland restoration by NEMA. Developing a criterion for implementing a nature-based program to improve water management in urban setting in Uganda will require the following framework to ensure success. The stages that need to be followed in design of an NbS project. We said yesterday, and I think we agreed, because if you don't raise anyway, identify the problem or opportunity. We say an NbS is based on the societal challenge. So you need to identify a problem or an opportunity, then go ahead and select the NbS and related actions. After selecting the NbS and related actions, you need to design an implementation process. How are you going to do it on ground? Are you going to just come with your trees and start planting? Which people are you going to involve in the process? How long are you going to conduct the process? How are you going to evaluate the process? Are you even going to evaluate it or not? So after designing the process, you go ahead and implement the process. Then engage stakeholders and communicate the core benefits. You need to demonstrate how beneficial your nature-based solution is going.
The designing, the implementing, the stakeholders are encountered.
What you're suggesting is actually fine. When you look at that issue of engaging the stakeholders and communicating the core benefits, in the design of the implementation process, you can actually engage them because it would ease the process. Yes. Now someone is having another approach. One way of identifying the problem is actually by interacting with the people in the community where you're going to do the NbS. For example, if I'm staying in Kampala and I want to solve the challenge somewhere else, that means in the identification process, I would have to interact with either someone from the same that area where I want to do the activities from, or go there physically and interface with the people staying there. So it is okay. Yes. And then transfer and upscale the nature-based solution. After that, after doing the work, transferring and upscaling, you have to go ahead and monitor and evaluate the core benefits across all stakeholders. This is where I come from. The study I told you about, where I evaluated recovery of the restored ecosystem, forest ecosystem, using my amphibians. I was looking at the biodiversity point of view. Maybe the people who restored were not interested in just amphibians recovering, but because it is one of the things we expect to respond when we restore, then you can go ahead and do such monitoring and evaluation to see if the efforts that were put, because like we said, restoration takes a lot of effort, both physical, financial, and other efforts. So you have to go ahead and evaluate to see if the intentions of the restoration process have been achieved. This one is a cycle of how you should go about evaluating. First of all, yes, you've built the framework of how you're going to go about the process. Who is involved who is not involved. You know why they are involved. Then guide and define the nature-based solution and the key yes, you go ahead and define the key indicators that you're going to use in the, because if you implementing the nature-based solution in your mind or in your setup, you're going to have in the end to test and see, has it worked? Has it failed? Is it still moving? So you set the indicators that you will in the end use to assess and see that the efforts you put were successful. You go ahead and, after defining that, you go ahead and implement the NbS. After that, you need the implementation plans. When you're designing the framework, for example, if you're going to, we kept on mentioning tree planting, should be thinking about other things. If you constructed a bridge, for example, if in road construction, if the road is crossing through a national park, one of the common problems that arise, the road will end up creating a barrier for species that are mobile. You will find that if you put that road, it will stop some species from crossing from one end of the park to the other. So, as an environmentalist, you might suggest that they put a very heavy bridge so that some of these species are actually shy. Even seeing a human being, they might fear to cross. So you have to put a heavy bridge so that if they want to cross, they don't see you and you don't see them. If you have to see them, you see them from a distant place. So if you suggest that one of the things that have to be done is constructing a long bridge, in the end, you might want to test and see, do these species still move freely, even after constructing the road, or they have been retarded from movement because they also have rights. You go ahead and do the implementation of the monitoring plan to see if the targets have been met. Otherwise, you might have to call for other measures to protect such species' rights. Then evaluate the results. After assessing those species, after gathering data, you can do analysis and tell if the construction project or the interventions did not affect the species. Otherwise, it is very possible that they can affect the species in a positive or in a negative way. When you start a project, when a development project is conducted in a conservation area, it can have positive results to the biodiversity, for example. It can enhance the biodiversity because maybe the project enhanced breeding sites for the species, and in the end, the numbers of particular species increase. But what if they increase much faster relative to other species, and it still becomes a threat? So all those things have to be thought about as you do the implementation of the NbS project. I think what you're seeing here are examples of nature-based solutions in urban centers. When you look at Kampala has been defined in consensus. Of course, it is not written, I think. There is a downtown and uptown. When you look at uptown, these are the things you see. Also, there are so many trees uptown. But when you go the other side, where water flows to, it is a totally different. So there are several NbS techniques that have been employed in Kampala. For example, like this one here. Even these ones I've seen permeable pavements. The only thing, maybe since we don't have any lake.
You can stand behind.
Anyway, that was my last slide. And unless someone has an issue or questions, that's the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. I think yesterday Richard gave us an energizer, but I'm not seeing him today. Someone else to volunteer. We've been sitting for a long time. We need to stretch a bit. Good health, good well-being. Any volunteer? Even if you tell us to jump, we shall jump. Yes, Sebastian.
Thank you very much. I think I'm working there now. I have one, but you give enough space. So you stand up. We are going to SEC in the town, and we are not going to use any vehicle.
Let's stand down.
So you need to get yourself ready. I know you are all putting on good shoes. Those who are on the stairs might suffer a lot. But I think we shall have to move. What we are going to do when I start the journey, we already said that we start with one step. But by the time we reach, we shall be having 1,000 steps. So that means we shall start with one step, and then we shall make the 1,000 steps when we are in the city. So when I say one, start 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and the speed will increase. And you have to follow that one.
Can you move behind a bit? Some are saying they're not seeing what we should do.
Okay. We shall just be walking to Kampala or KCC headquarters. And we are going to start walking until when we get the fuel and reach that place. So you follow me when I'm saying one, you follow. When I say two, you follow, and you start lifting your right leg. So when I say one, then that means 1, 2, 1, 2. Can we continue now? Okay, we start. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. See some people are not in the Is it okay? Am I doing that?
Yes.
Okay, okay, now we can start. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. That's enough.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. So I'm back here to, in case you have any questions, you put up your hand, and then someone from the class will respond, so that will make it more interactive. So as we ask the questions at the end of our Q&A, we are going to go back and do the quiz for the session before we forget maybe what we have shared with you. So we have heard what we thought we would share with you for module 3. So any questions, any more clarification?
Mine goes to flooding. If you look at Kasese, as he projected Banyamwama, government spent a lot of money to build like a wall, a wall or a buffer, something that can protect water. At the same time, they did the same. But if you look what was done there, you cry. That even the technology we are proposing is not really helping to tackle some of these issues. I don't know what best can be done to some areas in flooding, because a lot of money was wasted. But if you go there, there is nothing. The water came back and swept the whole wall they had put. And then we went back to the hospital. And now the hospital closed. And you see this same thing, the little they have done, felt that there is nothing. So how best can we afford the facility of our rivers within here? And but what I heard from the background that they tampered with the system. That the original people who were there, the English, were settling there, they tampered with the flow of water and they burned it. And they had put walls, but they also put wall out. So at certain stage, water came back to its normal flow. So I don't know, as we plan to do these interventions as a country, I'll focus on the key intervention that can really help our people to avoid such scenarios.
Thank you so much. Let's take round 3.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. I'm Stephen from CCD. Mine is on the landslides. You indicated that 40% of the correspondents who are using nature-based solutions said that the effectiveness of the nature-based solutions were moderate. And I think this is because the nature-based solutions, when you try to implement them, they don't have immediate benefits. For example, if you are planting trees on the slopes of the mountain, for example, in Mount Elgon, you find that it will take years for that tree to mature and stabilize the grounds. So the frequency of flooding or the landslides in that area does not match the maturity and the stability of the soils. So in the first years, you might find that the tree is maybe 2 or 3 years and such as strong enough to, stabilize the grounds. When the water comes and the landslides come, it shifts whatever you have installed, planted, and then it becomes inefficient. Now, the question is, how do we improve the efficiency of these nature-based solutions, given the fact that the benefits are realized immediately? Secondly, on slide 31, for Mr. David, yes. I did just some clarification. You stated that restoration of inactive floodplains such as wetlands, lakes, and riverbanks may contribute to carbon emissions. Just need some clarifications on that. Thank you.
Let's take the last one.
Thank you very much. Mine is when we were looking at the implementation plan here, there was like something that I did not get clear. Know that most of these wetlands here, just public, that there is always nobody who is responsible for them, except when an accident or something has occurred with them. What would be the best solution for engaging communities in such a situation where they are not the owners? That's according to the laws, like for our country here. Then the second one is when you are trying to see how to use your nature-based solutions here, it also requires you to carry out some risk assessment plan and you develop a full comprehensive plan for your intervention. The third issue is about the government engagement into this. How far is it taking this to monetize these activities within this kind of gazetted area? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. As we said, this is going to be interactive. Among the different questions that were asked, is there anyone who can help us respond to any from the discussions that we have had? Yes?
Thank you. I just wanted to provide this question where you mentioned the interventions made and the period to which they will probably solve challenge. Now, when you look at one of the presentations, they talked about those interventions that we carry out. What trees, landslides, then you need some is to protect within before the trees can actually do their function. And she mentioned the grey infrastructure. That would, when you have the grey infrastructure, support the tree planting. So we need a combination of these to ensure that we can achieve a solution and this the societal challenge.
Anyone following that?
Thank you so much. Yes, Gaston?
Yes, I want to respond to a question that Sebastian raised about the disaster risk reduction. Yesterday, you are not around yesterday, so you missed a lot. And I want to allay your fears that that was comprehensively covered yesterday.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to answer my colleague's question about the Nyamwamba flooding. But
I think you're the right personnel.
yes. First of all, I want to, I don't know which one I can use. We don't need to waste money in trying to mitigate the flood impacts in the Nyamwamba Valley. A number of interventions have been done. The first intervention that was done in 2015, 2016 was by the Egyptians. The Egyptians went and constructed gabions along the river course in an aim or an attempt to mitigate flash floods to the communities and to the nearby infrastructure. However, the designs were not adequate enough. When we went there as government to assess what they had done, they had actually constructed the gabion walls hanging. They didn't take into consideration the riverbed. Okay? So when the flash floods came, it overtopped the infrastructure that put in place. And then the river took the hospital, the schools, the bridges. In 2021, the government went back again, and then they invested about 17 billion into this Nyamwamba. This time around, they went with a detailed design, taking into consideration the riverbed and the width and the depth of the river when it comes to floods. So they constructed cyclopean concrete for about 5.4 kilometers, which was an emergency response to the flooding which had taken place that year. So what the government did there was an emergency works to mitigate flood impacts to the community and to the nearby infrastructures. Now, if you realize that I think this year in September, it flooded and no death was reported. The previous infrastructures were not damaged. The hydropower infrastructures were protected, and then the bridges also protected. However, the problem now came when the areas were protected, and then downstream, there was a challenge where there was no protection. So, by and large, really, the nature-based solution which has been done, it was actually, there are two interventions. There was nature-based solutions and then structural solutions. So the structural solutions were to protect the river banks from, bursting and going to the community, and then the nature-based solutions and the livelihood options which were, which were done in the catchment were to enhance the stability of the soils, to restore the catchment areas so that when water comes from upstream, it is held by the nature-based solutions in place. So about 1,000 hectares of trees are planted, different trees are planted along the rivers to stop us. So, the flooding, the flash floods, and so I think, in my own opinion, the two interventions the structure and then the nature-based solutions are really working. And then just to give you an update that government has taken up a comprehensive design, both nature-based solutions and structural solutions, for the entire stretch now, from the upstream to Queen Elizabeth where it pours its waters. So that is the update on my mom. Thank you.
I think he has given a conclusive answer, and we are saying it is short term. So let's see what the short term is giving. At least we have been promised the whole stretch is going to be covered. Let's give them a chance, maybe 2 years. Would expect that due to the urgency of the situation, that the river will have stabilized.
That's the one.
Yes.
But there are also the community who are displaced. So for them, they are concentrated on the river, then they have not also integrated the social aspect that the people who are being affected, the plan for them, if you look at his explanation, the people who are already displaced, they already in camps. So in such scenarios, we need a comprehensive plan that addresses all the social, but also the other part, so that we have a comprehensive action that even the people who are there affected also continue their life normal. So that the river can do their own, nature can do their own, and also the people they do their own, because some of them may not be their own making, they wanted to take them from their homes.
Thank you so much. And I think from the discussion here, I think we are seeing different projects that we can write and then help these communities, because at least we have an idea of what is taking place and what can be done to make it better. Let's not leave everything here in this room. We can always find ways of coming up with ideas, or yes, short-term measures in which we can help these communities. Because I think we've all heard of what is happening in the camps. People have nothing to do, but if we can find ways of involving them in some of these activities, then we are going to get better.
Thank you, Doctor. My friend, Stephen. Yes, Dr. Stephen. You probably didn't get me well. There's something that was on a certain slide where it had been indicated that the project would lead to carbon emissions. When I reached that point, I actually made a rectification. It said it would be contributing to emission reductions. Yes. Then the other thing, probably most of you people who didn't attend yesterday, you might have not gotten the essence of this meeting or this the interactions. The objective, the main point of you coming here is actually to be trained on how to set up, how to design, what to consider when designing the NbS. If government designed through someone, if government designed NbSs that didn't work for Nyamwamba, the purpose of you attending this interaction is to actually get knowledge to guide. Because if those people who made the nature, who proposed the nature-based solutions didn't have this knowledge, the essence of you coming here is actually to get more knowledge so that you'll be able to guide and have better nature-based solutions that not be complaining about later on in the future. That less knowledge was applied, less interventions were applied, or wrong interventions were applied, that the objectives were not met. So the essence of you appearing here is actually to get the knowledge of how to guide. You're going to be the champion who will go ahead and guide more other people as a technical person who has gotten information from such meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Someone was asking about how do we assess the risk. Sorry, I didn't know the name. Oh, okay. He said we need to assess the risk. He was asking, we also assess the risk before implementation of the NbS project. And then also about wetlands, where we are saying that wetlands are public land. What is the best way of involving the community in these NbS projects? If we are to use them as an intervention, I'm going to ask someone from Rugirizi where they have an NbS strategy or an intervention, and we see how we can relate to them, and then I can complement it.
Thank you so much. When we relate the wetlands as public space to what we are doing in Mitoma district, actually it's not very easy. I stand to correct you, Doctor. We are in Mitoma district working on the restoration of River Nchwela. What we did, because wild animals were they were coming to the community, we're looking at beekeeping. So when beekeeping comes in the picture, there's always an impact that these animals might not go through the vegetation and the community as a whole. So the fact that we put these bees, they're going to stop the wild animals from coming closer to the community. That is the strategy we are doing. When we moved to Mitoma, we identified the problem as river silting, which would later on cause floods to the community. So our approach is we are looking at a target of 18-kilometer tree planting on the river bank, sorry. So the river bank, so the 18-kilometer approach will help us in farming the soil from getting back to the rivers. There we are seeing communities having cleaner water. And then what we've done in return, because this land belonged to the community members, something like as coming in as a token of appreciation for giving us their land. After planting the trees, you're giving back about 2 goats a goat. And still, we are not looking at these goats feeding on our trees, no. We've gone ahead to put elephant grass, the fodder shrubs, right? So that they can take care of the goats minus affecting the trees that are being planted along the river. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. I think from the explanation, even when it is public land, like we are saying, we have to identify the problem. We have to look at the communities. What challenge is it facing? And then it is from the people who are, let's say, close to the wetlands that we are going to work with to come up with a solution. We are not going to sit in our offices and dictate that we are going to do this, this, and this, because the people are always going to resist the change. But once from the onset, we involve them, then it is going to be smooth sailing. Some of the projects are failing not because they're effective, but because we are forgetting the local stakeholders who we should start with. But once we have streamlined that, then the wetlands, we can manage them with everyone being helped within the system. Thank you. Susan, you had a question or have we answered it?
I was seeking clarification. In reference to Poroguma River. Poroguma River is in a wetland, has a very big wetland, and there's that problem of rice growing. So my question is, if the use of agricultural domes using hydroponics, would that be a solution? Can it be a nature-based solution if they would use agricultural domes by using hydroponics to grow the rice, so that the wetland is conserved and then just the water with the nutrients is channeled to the domes? Would that be a nature-based solution for that area since they do rice growing?
Someone to respond to her? We have the Porogoma River, they are doing rice growing there. And we know that it is next to a large wetland. Just like as you go to Masaka, they are doing sand mining in that wetland. What do you think would be the better alternatives for the people to do the sand mining, but we need the integrity of our wetland? Just like also the same scenario. I think last year people couldn't use Masaka Road because the road had what? Collapsed. We can see there is a wetland there, and then there is also attached to the rivers. But what is going wrong? What can we do better?
Thank you very much. Maybe this one I will pick from our own experiences at Total Botanical Gardens. In a situation where we have got the river moving, first of all, the most important part is to identify the original vegetation within that area. If you don't use the original vegetation within an area, then you are not restoring. By definition, you have already gone off. Then when you look at the impact of the rice at such a magnitude in that area, you are already subjecting this stream or this swamp to monocropping. That redesigning alone increases the water speed within there. Much as you have put the structures there, there will be a lot of sediment accumulation in those areas, altering what would be the further natural colonization of that swamp. So I imagine you can redesign it by using the native indigenous species within there, and then you can promote growing rice, this time using upland rice rather than the other rice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. Thank you for your attention. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to breathe, and then we can do our quiz. I'll just remind you the instructions. You make a choice only once. Don't cross out your paper and then you expect a full mark. This time you are giving negative. If you're marking someone and they've crossed, this time not half, but negative. Such that if you have 5 questions and the person crossed out 2 or 3, they are going to get 2. Or if for each answer they've crossed, then they are going to get 0. Thank you so much. This time the module was a bit long, so the questions are around 12 or 10. You will forgive us. But we thought that would be the best way of trying to at least look at all the content. Some of you have the papers and are already looking for the answers on your PCs. Just use the number that we used in the morning. It is the one which we are using to tally the marks. We are still giving out the papers, so you can still be stretching. Someone here has not got. It's not group work. It is individual merit. There is someone here. She's on a call. And even here, I don't know if they're coming back. So there are 12 questions. We are using so we have 18 minutes. So at around 1:30, we should have finished.
ice caps to melt, sea levels to rise. However, there is droughts, floods, crop failures, fires and storms right across the globe. How do we adapt to such rapid environmental change? How do we thrive in the face of these challenges? And how do we adapt and thrive in such a way that change? In many parts of the world, the dominant approach to dealing with the hazards of climate change has been static and genuine intervention, such as these can be very expensive, but very effective, at least in the short term. However, in many situations, humans harness nature to buffer the impacts of climate variability. But it is only recently that evidence and awareness is growing.
Their livelihoods and their.
Oh.
Its thick forests and many rivers, nature has always provided people with a mountain of abundance of food, water, shelter, and security. Mount Elgon used to be a very productive region. The rich volcanic soil produced high quality crops. However, today, communities in deforested Mount Elgon are faced with environmental and economic challenges. Land use change and heavy rainfall are causing damaging floods and landslides. These terrible disasters are occurring more and more frequently. In 2012, one landslide on Mount Elgon left 250 people missing and 100 dead. 2 years earlier, another took 360 lives. These events uproot entire communities, their livelihoods, and their environment.
It carried 25 houses. We lost 8 people. 4 of them were recovered, and 4 of them remained in the soil.
Obviously, these events do not only affect the families and the communities involved. As the breadbasket region, floods and landslides in Mount Elgon also impact the food supply of the whole nation.
When the rains will come, the water really run away and sweep away the topsoil. And even sometimes when the rain is heavy, even the water can be too heavy and it sweeps away some crops, some more houses. So it wasn't so good.
And this area was really flat. When the rain rains, it really floods everywhere. When you walk inside, you sink. And then the water comes up to the knees. Yeah.
Floods and landslides pose a particular challenge for all sectors of local county departments, which deal with the consequences. For example, the agricultural department looks at environmental disasters from the perspective of the loss of crops and fertile soil. In the health department, one is confronted with extra costs to address malnutrition and water-related diseases. The education department worries about children missing school for long periods. The infrastructure department is most concerned about the damage to electricity, roads, and bridges. That said, each department works on its own solutions and approaches to deal with the consequences of floods and landslides. This, however, is not enough. It is now high time to join forces and jointly invest in preventing natural disasters together. Working together not only spreads the burden of the costs of prevention, it also allows for solutions to be drawn by a larger, diverse pool of intellectual thought from different perspectives. Mount Elgon faced natural disasters once every 10 years. Today, however, floods and landslides happen every year and are becoming more severe. How then can we address the main challenges that Mount Elgon communities face today? Before delving into solutions, let's first dissect what is causing the increase in floods and landslides. There are 4 main root causes that we, at the moment, are not dealing with. The first is dysfunctional natural infrastructure. The whole of Mount Elgon is a natural infrastructure that offers numerous ecosystem services to the people. However, our human footprint in the area has caused the degradation of a range of useful ecosystem functions. Forests that help to regulate the flow of water after heavy rainfall have been replaced by cultivation of crops on the mountain slopes. Therefore, nature's capacity to deal with floods in Kenya and landslides in Uganda has been impaired. Unsustainable agricultural practices. Forests and other natural vegetation that once stabilized the soils of Mount Elgon have been replaced with agricultural crops. Crops such as maize and new non-indigenous trees such as eucalyptus are instead abundant in the area. However, these newly introduced crops and trees are not adapted to the saturated soil. Gone are the roots of indigenous trees and grass species that were holding excess water. It is this excess water that now causes floods and landslides. The third root cause to tackle is inadequate knowledge on how to turn natural challenges into natural solutions. Many new inhabitants of Mount Elgon are out of touch with indigenous farming practices. New conservation knowledge also does not reach the farmers. For instance, communities are planting too close to the river. This not only causes soil erosion, but also impacts the frequency of floods. As a result, river banks expand and then collapse, which in turn causes an increase in sediments, water pollution, and floods. The fourth root cause to tackle is weak local natural resource governance systems. There is disconnect between farming practices and district, county, and national policies. Self-organization of communities is too limited and weak to deal effectively with the challenges. There is no capacity to pass on traditional modern practices of farming and natural resource management. If we want both communities and ecosystems to become more resilient, we have to address all four of these points simultaneously.
Thank you so much. I'm waiting for only one paper, but we shall get feedback on how we have performed after lunch. They're giving out the coupons. I don't know what time, the moderator will tell us what time we are meeting back here. Thank you so much. there anyone who passed number 10? They're asking that you explain to them. Number 4, we realized had an error, and that is why you have a free mark, because all these are actually correct. So whether you chose only 1 or 2, we're giving you a free mark. Sometimes that apply is just to confuse you. So when you're looking at it, yeah, that is the beauty of objectives. The objective sometimes it is just to test your understanding, because you might read all the answers and they are correct. If they are correct, go back to the question and read it again. So there's how we got number 10 correct, which is saying which of the following would contribute to the success of a restoration initiative. Select all that apply. I remember when David was here, he gave us the differences between and similarities between a restoration and an NbS. So in case you are paying attention, you will be able to see the different this table here.
Yep.
We have a restoration and then an NbS. So if we are saying successful or what will contribute to it, and they're saying select all that apply. When you look at this table here, and then you also look at the choices that have been given, which one do you think would be the what? The most appropriate? Because they could all contribute, but would the initiative be successful? Because sometimes you might think that it is a restoration, yet actually it is a what? A rehabilitation. Or it could also be a what? An NbS. So once if we can make a distinction between the two, then you'll find the correct answer to that alternative. The good thing is that we all passed. We all passed number 10. Let me perform well in the what? In the quiz. Let's prepare for the last session of the day. We are already running late. The last what?
The last
2.
Yes, we know where the was. Yeah. They are adults.
While I'm not giving the answers, we are all seated next to our neighbors. We are networking. Some of you haven't even said hi to your neighbor.
Fear.
What are you fearing? So are you going to collaborate with them? So you looking at someone's test paper is going to help you get all the answers.
Yeah. This one controls up to kill.
Who asked?
Actually, there are people who got 12 out of 12, so you shouldn't say that you all failed number 10. Just that you know.
So, Miss.
You want to know the person? The person who got 12 out of 12, you can stand up and they
Anna.
It is just run, don't read.
Yeah, now we are going to look through nature-based solutions for responsible production and consumption. Here we shall go through 3 modules: urban farming, restorative agriculture, livestock management. Then eventually, let me look at the expected learning outcomes from this module. We expect to get to understand what urban planning is and restorative agriculture.
Urban planning.
Urban farming.
Urban
planning involves planning farms. So, their conservation practices and how they are helping us in all these things of nature-based solutions. Then how nature-based solutions contribute to urban resilience. And then here we shall understand the urban drainage system, its composition and benefits as a nature-based solution. Then we look at the waste composition and how it can be managed as a nature-based solution. And then the waste, from the waste we shall also look at energy transitions, how we can better our energy as a nature-based solutions. So for urban farming, it's basically carrying out agriculture in the urban or suburban areas. How you process and distribute the agricultural products in the urban setting is all part of agriculture. It contributes to many of the sustainable development goals, especially those that focus on hunger, health, water, sustainable cities, and climate change. So we can see how when we try to work on use nature-based solutions for urban planning, we are also contributing to the sustainable development goals. So this urban planning, it promotes food security for so many people in the urban areas. There are most people who prefer having greens that they have cultivated themselves other than the ones that are on the market. So that can contribute to, their food security. Then sustainable water management, ecosystem services, as earlier they have been talked about. And in all this, they help in climate adaptation and eventually the well-being of humans like us. If you are in an area that is practicing urban farming, you will be in a better environment than one that does not practice at all. Emma. I did something. So what are some of the benefits of this urban planning? Urban farming.
Urban farming.
Urban farming.
After lunch.
I should go for urban planning course.
After lunch.
So urban farming helps reduce on flood reduction. There are so many changes that occur between the unpaved surfaces in the city. So when you are practicing some farming, you are reducing on the floods from the runoff after heavy downfall. Then also production of resources. This one is food mainly that so many of our families benefit from, especially the vegetables, the spices. These days, every home almost has rosemary somewhere. And then some fruits. So it helps in resource production, food production, then it conserves space. You utilize your space efficiently, so you are able to, carry out urban farming. And these days, most of it is, they are promoting more vertical than the horizontal because it conserves more space. Then for carbon storage and sequestration, urban agriculture, just like any other agriculture, can help in conserving, storing more carbon, especially where you also have trees, fruit trees. So then it also stimulates local economic creation. So it contributes to some job security and create some job opportunities. There are some people who do urban farming on kind of on a large scale, so they have to, employ 1 or 2 people to help them in their production. Then human health can improve the social well-being and nutritional health because you're getting food that you're going to consume. Then the physical and psychological well-being altogether. Then education. So many, we are trying to tell everyone about urban farming. So people have to be educated about urban farming. And this education is best if it is you are seeing what is being practiced somewhere, and it will be easier for you to replicate it or promote it somewhere else. Then the social interaction, urban planning, urban farming can help in people interacting, especially those who are doing it on private public lands. When you are there cultivating your vegetables, a person from another household is also there cultivating. So eventually you can get connections that can help you in one way or the other. So when you want to start an urban farm for the benefits that we know, we need to have some factors that we consider. Think about the location and the climate. It is mainly implemented in urban environments where usually climate is appropriate and it's usually outdoor, just like any other farming. And due to the warmer temperatures and elevated levels of carbon dioxide in these urban environments, there is potential to extend the growing season, thereby improve crop productivity. Then the hydrology. For all farming, we need water. So here we can trap our water from the rain, and then you do some irrigation or some, So here you can employ storage containers that can be used to keep this water and maybe try to purify them, like if it settles, and then you can use it for irrigation, especially during bad season. Then the soil. You have to prepare your soil so that it can be in good condition for the plant growth. So there is a minimum mineral content you need in the soil. So that your plants can get the necessary nutrients that will be beneficial to you during feeding after, So you need to have to ensure some water retention of the soil, so it shouldn't be so much of sand soil. That's why it needs to be prepared to the right proportion. Then, because of too much contamination, to ensure safety, you need to avoid cultivation in areas that are at great risk to contamination, especially those areas that are near the factories or industries or downstream, where all the runoff is going to lead to. That means there is chances of too much contamination is high. Then for dimension, you need to think of the scale that you are planning for your urban farm. Usually very small urban farms can be organized by an individual. And then there are also those that can be organized by small cooperatives, especially those that are above 1 hectare. Then you think of the crop type that you want to put in your urban farm. Are they vegetables? Are they fruits? Vegetables will need harvesting after a very short time, while the fruit trees might need some more time. And then you think of the medicinal and the ornaments, which ones you are going to plant. Then in all this thing of thinking about the crop type, you also think about wide agriculture on a wider scale. So you think of the animals that you can, include in your urban farm. Too much, these days there is a lot of fish farming that is in the urban areas. So many have created the ponds, and these ones, they help in after, after heavy runoff, they also help in reduction of floods. Then the land use. Urban farming exploits resources in the city, the wastewater, solid waste, the slopes, the roofs. So it puts idle land to productive use. So there it also improves on land use management. In all this, it may help you maintain land in good condition. At the same time, you are generating some income and food from it. Then the area where you want to carry out your urban plan, your urban farm will depend. It can be in your neighborhood, it can be a district, or it can be on a city scale where you want to promote some, some green that is going to be beneficial to you as a person or to your family. So the neighborhood and area available will also determine how best you are going to utilize that area for your urban farm. Then when you are carrying out your planning to make an urban farm, you need to think about accessibility. How are you going, you need to think of how you are going to access your farm without any disruptions. So you think of the road transportation and any logistic operations to and from the farm. In all this, you are thinking of keeping your produce healthy, fresh. At the same time, it's getting to your customers with the best nutritional content that it should have. So you have to think of enough surplus for both the market and where your customers are. Then you also have to think of the integrated urban farm planning. Here, when you are planning the farm, you also need to think of how you are planning for other things, the underutilized spaces. How much space are you leaving for other components in the urban area? Then also the land, you cannot, therefore, some households, you cannot put a farm on land that is not yours. The backyard might not belong to you, but you feel you need to put there. You think it deserves a farm, small farm, so you need to know, is it public land or is it private land? This land can be from small areas of the community to larger agricultural areas for anyone that is that has it around the urban areas. So this is an illustration of some of the urban farm. This one is urban farming. This is carried out in Kenya. This one, I think we saw the newspaper article of KCC people promoting vertical agriculture. Vertical agriculture is basically growing up than horizontal, the original agriculture that we know. So this one is for KCCA. It was trying to promote vertical agriculture in the urban areas. Why is this? This is Kenya, these are Uganda. Yeah, there is some lady, is it from Wapiso, who does have urban farming like this. And I was happy that she's also utilizing the bamboo. You see, she's utilizing the bamboo as the stores. So people have tried to promote this urban farm, and it's good that they even use natural products. So this is backyard farming that is so common here in Uganda. So there are people who do not have those big acres of land practice. They want to do their farming, produce their vegetables from their own sources. I understand these days vegetables, they grow on fertilizers. So if you can, better grow yours around. So what is the future? We have seen what is happening for vertical farming and what is happening in the backyards, which is more of horizontal farming. So what do we hope This is what is being done. There is one that is Brazil, then China, and you know we are good at replicating what is happening, what works best in other countries. So do you think as Uganda we can also go this way? How can we plan for it? The first two. These ones. This is a big dream. And this is more or less of a greenhouse. Yeah, so maybe for the future we need to head there so that we improve on the green spaces, on the green area in the city. So after talking about urban planning, I'm going to talk about the restorative agriculture or farming. This restorative agriculture is more or less the same as regenerative farming or eco-farming, and it's a nature-based solution of farming that is being promoted. So it basically means with thinking the entire farm operation. So you're building functional biodiversity by linking the farm as a landscape and again seeing it as a building element to promote health ecosystem. So this is an illustration for our normal farming. So regenerative agriculture or farming helps shift the paradigm. Here we think of the farming competes with nature, but for regenerative or eco-farming, we want it to partner with nature. Then here there is too much disturbance of the soil, yet here I want to protect the soil. We have a lot of monoculture, yet here to be diversity, you have different crops and animals. Then this one is more or less reductionist, yet this one is holistic, involving a system where all the members involved, for example, in the ecosystem where that farm can benefit. So it's more of a conservation and rehabilitation approach to production of food and farming systems. So, and it's different from organic farming, as I have seen. This is more or less the organic one, the normal farming, and this is the regenerative that we want to start promoting as a nature-based solution. So this is also an example where there is a lot of tilting, as in soil disturbance. This is what happens. And the one that where we are going, there is no a lot of soil disturbance. You find that there is too much carbon and water in the soil, yet the other one promotes release of carbon dioxide and water from the soil. So for the industrial, we still see what happens. For the industrial, there is a point at some point where the industrial agriculture, the whole land is cleared, but here we are trying to promote less tilting, so land will not be so cleared, will not be cleared to be bare like for industrial, for industrial agriculture. So regenerative agriculture will help us promote more less soil disturbance, and less soil disturbance, more better maintenance of the soil, aeration, and accommodation of other organisms in it. So, what are some of the core principles of regenerative agriculture? Regenerative agriculture allows for topsoil regeneration, just to allow for topsoil regeneration. Then increases diversity, so diversity is key, biodiversity. Then it improves the water cycle, since there is no much disturbance. It has to enhance ecosystem services. Then it also has to support biosequestration or carbon sequestration. Then it increases resilience to climate change. Most of the principles we are looking at, when you bundle them up, they increase resilience on climate change. Then strengthen the health and fertility of the farm soil, because you are not promoting too much tilting, then you are trying to promote the farm soil. Then also minimizes losses and restocking nutrients, water, and carbon in the soil. Because you are not promoting too much tilting, you need to have more perennial crops on your soil so that you do not over tilt it to release a lot of carbon from the soil and water. So this is just an illustration. This is an illustration of most of this, and this is more or less a dynamics of what takes place. We also have to incorporate livestock as part of the biodiversity in this whole regenerative agriculture. So what are the practices of regenerative agriculture? You have some of the practices that have to be carried out for it is mulching and green manure covering NbS soil. Then agroforestry, you plant more trees among the crops so that when even if you harvest the crops, the trees are still there holding the soil firm and not disturbing to the extent of a monoculture where you would have harvested your maize and left it bare for long. Then also you create permanent habitats on the farm for small animals like the pollinators, so they will not have where you're going to disrupt their habitat completely for a season. So they will also be able to, be in the area even if you have harvested some of your crops. Then you also, you need to prioritize perennial plants. These ones help to make the soil stable. They also promote biodiversity because of the so many microorganisms that are in the soil. And still these microorganisms also help in providing nutrients that are needed for the plants. So this is more or less the practices and core principles that go with this. So to minimize soil disturbance, you have to apply some bio fertilizers or mulching, diversify the crops in time and space. We have talked about it. You need to have an area that has some plants, that has some trees that can have some crops, and at the same time have some animals if possible. Chickens are easier for most of the regenerative farming practices, and maybe cows. Then you integrate all other factors. So you need to be careful on inputs for both biological and chemical. The chemical should not outweigh the biological, because if you put a lot of fertilizers, the fertilizers may not only help you get the crops that you want, but they might kill other biodiversity that is in the soil or in the area. So how does this regenerative farming benefit us? It helps mitigate emissions, that one we have talked about, and from explanation of the practices and core values, it helps mitigate emissions of carbon into the air. Then it helps maintain soil health. This one, it improves soil fertility with increased biomass production, but again preventing soil degradation that could have taken place. Then resource use efficiency. It increases crop yield because you are able to produce all year round. Then biodiversity. If you increase on the rotation of your crops, and then you reduce on the pesticides or the fertilizers that you are applying on your crops, you are going to be maintaining biodiversity or improving it for all other organisms that are in that agricultural area where you are carrying out this regenerative agriculture. Then also you are able to get some reduced long-term farmer livelihoods through these reduced costs. You have your improved crop yields. If they are good enough, you can sell them. This will lead to your prosperity. And then to the better resilience of your market in the extreme climate areas. So, regenerative agriculture, we promote livestock management. You find that most land on earth is rangeland. Some people can see it as wasteland, but it's not wasteland. So we should try to give credit to it. So most of this land that we think is wasteland is used for rearing animals to support millions of pastoralists and ranchers. So this sustainable pastoral grazing is a way to maintain the livelihood and food production for all of us and on these lands. So they need to be managed sustainably. So sometimes, no matter how dry we think they are actually important to the ecosystems that they provide services to the animals that, that feed on them, that are habitants too. So they are productive to so many of the animals. And so in other words, we need to make sure we maintain them in a way that is going to help benefit us. For example, we can get milk and meat from the cattle. We are enjoying milk there during our practice. So if it was from sustainable management of livestock, then it would be important. So what are some of the impacts of livestock management on nature? There is impact on the land use, the soil quality, then greenhouse gas emissions, then the carbon and nutrient cycling, then nitrogen and phosphorus losses from the soil because of then the water use. So many of these animals can contaminate the water sources that other communities are using. So animals can share the same water bodies for their livelihoods with these animals. All these impact on nature. So when we get to know the impacts of livestock management, what can we do to improve it? So to improve livestock management, we need to allow the soil to better retain moisture. How? You have to do some rotational grazing of these livestock, where you can control the time the livestock grazes to favor more plant growth and a larger diversity of vegetation and enhance any other biodiversity. So while doing all this, you're protecting the soil from erosion, also reducing the greenhouse gas effect, because too much of the plants are not being taken away from the soil. Then also you reduce on the veterinary and fertilizer costs that might incur. You improve on the pasture productivity with rotational grazing. Then also you can improve on water quality. If the livestock is feeding on the water body in this corner this season, or they are grazing in this corner, then the community can be using the water body from another area. And when you do rotation, then the opposite happens. So here you're improving water quality for both the livestock and the communities that are in place. Then also provides wildlife habitat, especially for pollinators. If you do some rotational grazing, then all other biodiversity in the ecosystem will be maintained. So how can we improve this livestock management as a nature-based solution? Here we have to think about the sustainable livelihood for the environment. And if it's for the environment, then if the environment is good, then it's also for the well-being of us who are in that environment. So as I talked about it, we need to benefit that it has by the domestic. It can be sustainable. The rangeland grazing can be sustainable, benefiting both the humanity and the environment. So we need to adopt these sustainable grazing systems for the different ecosystem services by doing more of this rotational grazing that I have talked about. And then you move animals seasonally between valleys and mountainous pastures. Then also you need to rotate between public and private land. Even if you have your private land that where you are doing your grazing, once in a while you need to take it to the public land to leave your private land to regenerate. So how does it improve? It reduces the greenhouse gas emissions, helps maintain biodiversity, then provide ecosystem services, improves nutrient recycling, and then maintain soil carbon in the soil. Yeah. So that is that was session 1 of module 4. I'm seeing people dozing. We need a breather before we continue.
I think.
Yes.
Thank you very much for this great presentation. Let's start with the person, because I like now to understand the livestock as well as now, that's what I
Livestock itself is part of biodiversity. It's part of biodiversity, so we cannot keep it away. The way we manage all this biodiversity of ours, how we manage this livestock, is going to help us know if it is promoting, being a pro or a co. So that's why we are saying to improve, to make sure that we have sustainable livestock management. We need to think of ways that it's going to benefit the environment. You do not graze in one area, graze here today, another day graze there. You do not utilize, don't utilize one area that you are in touch with. So you have to, juggle around to make sure it suits in our case, but again, it does not affect the other, making it a nature-based solution because it's part of nature. We are not going to keep away from it. We enjoy the beef, we enjoy the milk. How we manage is what becomes a problem. Some of us are selfish, we don't, Yes.
Maybe in regard to what she's asking, because we started with the urban farming practices. And as smallholder farmers, don't have that much land. They have just a bit of small, a small piece of land to put 2 animals, and so you're not at liberty. Oh, yes. So,
yes, so the question I think that we're trying to address in regards to urban farming practices, I think this question is very valid in that in urban farming, smallholder farmers don't have that much land, especially in terms of animals. To graze from one particular spot to another spot, I think what they usually practice is zero grazing. So you bring the folder where the animals are. I think we're trying to relate to how best we manage what we have. We have accommodate animals as well. Because for plants, it's a bit easy, but for animals, unless if you're rearing rabbits, but still you can't protect them. You know, they're in one small spot. Yes, so thank you.
Yeah, maybe to add on, what he asks brings in an aspect of consumerism, where there's massive livestock. You know, if the population increases and a lot of meat is needed, you find many farms are coming up. And in most cases, they are paddocked in, one small paddock. There are so many, their feeds are brought, actually artificial feeds are, not necessarily artificial, but, feeds are manufactured, brought. So that brings in an aspect of increased methane from livestock. So I think what is being emphasized here is sustainable livestock production, living in our means so that we can, reduce that aspect of consumerism. Thank you.
Yes.
There are people who are talking about space. I think we need to make this limit smart agriculture. You don't need to have big spaces to grow food. The concept and the definition is smart agriculture. You as the innovations and change.
Then also, to also notice the difference when we talked about urban farming and then the regenerative. The livestock management and sustainable land management is more for the regenerative, where it's on a large scale than urban farming, where we have small plots of land.
Thank you very much. I've got that one clearly. Another father explained the level of regenerative agriculture, but I still have an issue related to the policy. The policies, urban policies, some of these interventions may also be impacted on by the policy. Like if you wanted to do beekeeping now in an urban setting, how you manage? Or if the policy now says they don't entertain livestock in the city, I've seen this. Thank you. Okay.
They still need to be educated on how you reduce greenhouse gases. Because the more the cattle, I know is that the more the cow dung, the more the methane. So I want to understand how you reduce that sustainably, because cow dung is part of the animal. It's also, it's manure.
What we were promoting is for it to be sustainable. You do not graze in one area for 5 years. Graze here, or let the plants start growing again while they are consuming carbon dioxide that was released in the other season. You get it? And then
additionally, on your farm, you introduce those indigenous tree species. That's what
Okay, I want to say that cow dung, it was given as an example. I think it is a resource which you can recycle and you get another. Value additions, like the biogas.
manure.
Manure and others. Yeah.
Yes, I must appreciate that every day is a learning process. And I
I beg to understand more about this regenerative farming. I'm failing to grasp the concept because in some places I see there's no tillage, then no application of the fertilizers, and then I'm wondering, what do you do if the land has maybe grass and you just plant with the, you just put your crops among the grass? How do you manage the weed? And then in the long run, how is the productivity? And is it tedious? Is it commercial? There are those so many questions in my mind, and to see how it contributes to productivity without me using too much. Like I have a big chunk of land, but I'm getting a smaller output. So regenerative agriculture is basically the same as the normal agriculture, but this one is more working for nature. So you are not the only beneficiary of it, like the normal agriculture, the industrial farming. You have to think of the nature. How are you benefiting and how is nature benefiting? When you cultivate your land every season, how is the soil benefiting? It will not benefit much, your land will be benefiting. So here we are trying to promote integration of the farming system itself and maintaining of the environment itself, of the whole ecosystem. So the more you do the tilting in your land, you are benefiting, but the nature is not benefiting because you are releasing a lot of carbon dioxide into the system, and again, you're releasing a lot of soil moisture into the system. So here you can, that's why we promote, it promotes a lot of diversity, not monoculture. You do not grow only one crop on your land. You can mix them. One can be for 6 months and another one for 3 months. 3 months you remove one, replace, so that you do not do a lot of leaving the soil bare and a lot of tilting. Then also there is promotion of perennial plants like coffee. You have your coffee, but you can again in the midst of coffee you can plant in some other crops that can, So it's not about you. It's about you and nature. It is now two-way. So how you promote this two-way, there has to be a compromise. Someone to take us through some exercises.
Thank you, yes. I think here what we need to really agree with or relate with the level at which we are organizing. And so as you organize, for some of the cities, for example, that don't have enough size of physical space, you have to annex land. And when you're annexing land, that means that you're adding land to this city to cover enough area. And so the original land uses change. And so you don't have the luxury to keep on doing whatever you're doing, because now the land is reducing. Because the rate at which we organize is so high. Then there's this, when you create a new road network, there's settlements, there's businesses, there's work, all those things. So I think what we're competing with to see that we sustain that and achieve the kind of benefits we're looking for also becomes rather a bit challenging. That's something I'm going to put into consideration.
Please give us some exercise.
It's the Can we stand up? Can we stand up, all of us? Madam Catherine, you're not standing. See you. Minister of Finance is not standing. Yes, so what we're going to do is we are not going to do the other physical exercise, but we're going to sort of like warm our brains by just singing. Okay? Yeah, we know what mowing is, mowing of the grass. Okay? So you use a mower to mow. And what you mow is called meadow. Okay? So what we want to try out is basically in the agricultural setting, we want to look at this person who went to mow, going to mow the meadow, but he also had a dog, okay, that was helping him do supervision. So the simple song, it goes, it's basically 1 man, 2 men, 3 men, up to 10 men, as much as you may wish. This time around we shall stop at basically 10 men. Okay? So this song that we want to, Anna, I can see you copying things. Yes. So what we are going to do is we're just going to repeat by saying 1 man went to mow the meadow. Okay? And can we all of us repeat that? 1 man went to mow the meadow. And when sentence number 2 says, okay, not that exactly, 1 man and his dog went to mow the meadow. Is that okay? So it all goes like 1 man went to mow the meadow. 1 man and his dog went to mow the meadow. Okay? 1 man went to mow the meadow. 1 man and his dog went to mow the meadow. Is that okay? So this we shall do number 1, number 2, up to 10. I will relax. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay, let's try again. 1 man went to mow the meadow. 1 man and his dog went to mow the meadow. Let's add number 2. 2 men went to mow the meadow. 2 men, 1 man and his dog. And his dog. Same thing. You can dance from wherever you are. Okay, let's go. Hannah is not playing again. Once you dance. Yes. You can dance whatever you want. Yes. So let's start again up to 10. 10. Okay.
Now we start at 3.
You want to try it? Don't give it. You come and give the light. So yeah, it's basically when you try to do something, it actually gives you life. That's true. But so if you think negative about it, then you don't get what you're looking for. Because we use this in many sessions or workshops, and it works. Okay, yeah. So okay, those who are interested, let's continue. 1 man went to mow the meadow. 1 man and his dog went to mow the meadow. 2 men went to mow the meadow. When 1 man and his dog went to mow the meadow. 3 men went to mow the meadow. 3 men, 1 man and his dog went to mow the meadow. Number 4. Went to mow the meadow. 3 men went to mow the meadow, huh? All right. Went to mow the meadow. 5 men, 3 men, 1 man and his dog. 6 men
Men, 2 men, 6 men, 5 men, 4 men, 3 men, 2 men, 1 man. When 2 men, 7. Now, first 8 men. Faster. 8 men, 7 men, 6 men, 5 men, 4 men, 3 men, 2 men, 1 man. Hey! 9 men. When tomorrow the mellow. 10 men. All right. Thanks. This do. Hey. Thank you very much.
Let's pray. May have a good day.
Let us continue with the second session, that is called Clean Energy and Waste Management. It's also part of the responsible production and consumption. So clean energy is basically energy that does not contribute to the pollution of the atmosphere by any means. So we are trying to remove carbon emissions through clean energy. And to reach this extent, we are thinking of energy transition that has been promoted internationally to reduce any energy related to carbon dioxide to be emitted in the atmosphere. So as we reduce on the carbon dioxide that is being emitted into the atmosphere, we are limiting on the impacts of climate change. So adopting nature-based solutions in these energy transitions will be a crucial strategy to mitigate the effects of global warming and eventually at a whole big scale climate change. For example, the best example of this clean energy transition, trying to reduce on traditional biomass, firewood, charcoal, briquettes, and then we promote biogas or biochar once that do not release carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So basically, clean energy, we are trying to promote green energy, no release of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And this clean energy is not renewable energy. Because renewable energy, like firewood comes from renewable energy, it can cause emissions into the atmosphere. But if you use the renewable energy while trying your best to prevent emissions of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, then that switches to clean energy or green energy. And this is the transition we want to talk about. Renewable energy is known as it's an alternative, powerful tool to moderate societal and environmental challenges. At some point, we are promoting a lot of use of renewable energy, because we do not want to deplete so many of the other resources. So the transition to this renewable energy is crucial. It must be accompanied by policies that support energy efficiency. There is a policy, the energy policy for Uganda. I don't know if it takes into account some of these things. So tomorrow we shall someone will discuss more about policies that can be used in the promotion of nature-based solutions. But now let me concentrate on renewable energy. So what are some of the sources of renewable energy? We have the solar energy, the wind energy, the hydroelectric, biomass, marine, and geothermal energy. But when we have this, so what are the forms of green energy? Green energy, you have biomass energy. The one, if you are going to use it in such a way that it's not going to promote carbon dioxide release into the atmosphere, then the solar energy, the wind, the tidal, geothermal, and the hydro. So, how are they related? When you have the renewable energy, then the conventional energy, and the renewable energy, remember, is also when they contribute. So renewable energy and the conventional energies, when you are using them and you don't want them to release carbon dioxide, the intersection that we are trying to get is the clean energy that we do what? That we want to promote. So what are some of the benefits of clean cooking, clean energy for climate, environment, and the communities? There are so many benefits from this. The first, reducing direct emissions of the climate pollutants, the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and the black carbon that lead to global warming. So reduction in them will benefit the community and the people. And we know the target for NbS is, environment and the people. So then it also removes carbon by supporting regeneration and deforestation. The different ecosystems at lower levels, you can use a lot of afforestation and support regeneration of so many crops and plants. These ones help in storing a lot of carbon that is in the soil. So it helps in removing all this carbon from the atmosphere. Then they also avoid emissions from what? Forest degradation. How did you? Yeah, so switching from the traditional open fires that we know to clean cook stoves can reduce pressure on the local forests. You are not going to harvest more trees because you are using more clean energy. For example, if you're using biochar, so you need less trees will be cut down and many highly effective stoves will be promoted to allow burning the small diameter woods than the large diameter woods that will, motivate you to go back to the forest all the time. Then also reduces threats to biodiversity. Cutting down of trees is a threat to biodiversity, but again, also a lot of carbon concentration in the atmosphere is also another disadvantage to biodiversity. So habitat loss is often another driver of species loss. So when you reduce a lot of carbon dioxide by reducing on degradation and deforestation, you are reducing on this threat to the biodiversity. So we are also going to promote clean air and reducing negative impacts of air pollution. Exposure to smoke from most of these cooking fires is a number one source of pollution and death to so many people. So it will be reduced. This air pollution comes from household. Most of our households that use these open fires. Then also it increases women's time and safety while reducing bargaining. You find that women conduct a lot of work to obtain this fuel wood and cook. So this will reduce on their time of, going to look for the fuel wood. Then also the air pollution itself, you find a family that have a kitchen that is as small as this corner, but they are cooking from there. So the pollution that is taking place in there is too much. So if we promote clean energy, we shall reduce on those effects. Then you enable sustainable rural livelihoods. You are saving on the time they are using in cooking, using the traditional methods. Clean cooking can be safer, and then the remaining time can be for leisure or other income-generating activities. There are some organizations that have supported women to diversify income by planting managed woodlots for supply of so many products, pellets, briquettes, and charcoal, which charcoal anyways we are trying to avoid. But again, if they can be engaged in other activities other than collecting firewood. Then also support sustainable economic growth. It helps to access clean cooking and support local employment and economic growth. So many people who are promoting these stoves that burn efficiently or with less carbon emissions are gaining something from the work that they are doing. All those that are in the chain. Then also it improves food security. Why? By reducing land degradation from fuelwood harvest. So most of this land can be used to grow alternative crops, which crops can be consumed and the waste utilized or processed into clean energy that can be used for example biogas. Much of the waste from foods can be used to manufacture biogas. So what are some of the climate solutions? The natural climate solutions can be cost-effective, scalable, and viable. Clean energy basically is for nature, and it's to protect, manage, and restore the environment or nature. How does it do this? It restores wetlands, because you are not going to harvest from them. Also restores forests, then manages grazing lands better. So here, when you talk of management, then also manages farmland better, manages forestry better. Here managing, and we think of even waste management. Instead of just throwing away waste, you can manage it in such a way that you can use it to produce energy, for example, the biogas. Then it helps protect the wetlands, protects the grasslands, and protects the forests themselves. So that's the dynamics of clean energy, how it's beneficial to us and the environment. Then waste management. Waste, we all know it's all material or substance that you feel use are discarding it. So you have to create ways of waste management to reduce all the challenges by using natural processes and some ecosystem. So it's we are currently facing a lot of pollution crisis from the daily generation and emission of most quantities of waste substances in the environment. So most of, because of the much food that is being consumed by the people in the cities, there are also large amounts of waste that is being generated. And this waste generation is projected to outpace the human population growth. So the more the population, the waste might double or triple. So types, there are different types of these solid wastes. They can be from paper that we use here, from packaging materials, from the wood, from the metal, from the food, electronic, animal waste, agricultural waste, medicinal. There are all different types of waste that we know of. We also have the liquid waste. This one can be from sewage or domestic wastewater, or also processed water. Any other liquid, like the ones that are used in factories, food processing, manufacture of chemicals. Then the gaseous waste, they can emit usually as byproducts of chemical reactions. They can, from many of the industries, they can be toxic, radioactive, greenhouse gases, all those that are exist in dissolved and suspended forms. Most of these wastes or gaseous waste contain a lot of carbon, so there is a lot of carbon that released into the atmosphere. So how do we try to manage this waste as a nature-based solution? After collection of your waste, you can transport it, then try to recover. And in this recovery, you can do some processing. So you can use some as a composite, then for anaerobic digestion so that we get biogas. I think that's okay. So here we use it for anaerobic digestion so that we can get biogas. Then here you can use it for composite. So that okay. So we can also be a composite, like for manure. Then also what was the question? Yeah, biodigester. The biodigester, the composite, and then the third one was generation, so that not too much of carbon dioxide is being released into the atmosphere. So after these processes, whatever remains is the one that can really be the waste. Yet here we find that whatever you transported, just take it as waste. But here we need to have another layer of recovery for this to recover some biogas, some manure for biodiversity, and then incineration so that you use the carbon dioxide that is being released, then you really carry out the disposal of whatever will be the balance of our recovery. Yes, thank you very much.
That's yeah. You said that source.
So that's the hierarchy. If you can prevent the waste disposal, you need to prevent. If you can reduce how much waste, if you don't have any control to reduce it, then from what you get, you need to reuse and then recycle, then recovery that we have talked about. Then from the recovery, you can dispose of whatever would have remained. So this basically reduces on the amount of waste that is being disposed of. The one that would have been too much is recovered, and yes. I think I can continue to the last session, urban resilience and development of sustainable drainage systems. So resilience of cities is dependent upon their ability to adapt to adjust and adapt to change. So when working with nature, we need to strengthen this urban resilience because it's cost effective and it will help address a lot of climate adaptation and mitigation. So the nature-based solutions that will be applied in urban resilience will help increase on species richness in the ecosystem. The best example is restoring wetlands, urban wetlands to improve flood control, as it was talked about by my colleagues. So achieving this resilience and the outcomes that are required requires a lot of integrated approach. This approach can cover the protection. You are trying to protect the local habitats so that they're in good ecological conditions, or restoration of the degraded ecosystem. And then also you can create new interventions. New interventions can be like the engineered nature-based solutions that Richard was talking about. So these nature-based solutions need to be purposefully planned, designed, monitored, and maintained. In urban resilience, maybe we can have the green roofs. These ones contribute to sustainable urban development. There can be the extensive green roofs that are inaccessible to the public, while the intensive, for them, they have a higher substrate layer, and they can bring any beauties in any buildings that are more public. Then the green spaces. These ones range from the neighboring gardens to large city parks. They help cities adapt to climate change by cooling the air, reducing carbon in the air, providing shade, reducing the heat, the urban heat effect that is in the cities. Also, they help manage stormwater and enhance the quality of life for both the public by attracting social and physical activity. So they are also a source of habitat for so many biodiversity in the city that would have been otherwise, stuck in the city. Then the bioretention areas. These are definitely, basically, vegetated depressions that can be in the middle of the city. This is an example in the car park, a car park that has a kind of, that is below the level of the car park, so that all the runoff can go there, and it will eventually, the water will infiltrate into the soil at its own pace, not in a rush. So they are beneficial because they help in sewage systems in the city. If they are designed well, they also increase on the capacity of stormwater management system. So the too much flooding that we see around can be directed, if it were planned well, it can be directed. Most of those bioretention areas. Then the urban forests, these ones we are talked about, they also help in urban resilience. Then the green corridors, the important landscape components that connect green spaces to, to the green urban infrastructure network. They also protect natural habitats and facilitate movement of other biodiversity that are in the area. They also reduce on the risks of floods, drainage system, thereby enhancing urban resilience. So for the drainage systems, there are many elements that are natural elements that help in managing this rainwater. And these urban systems are mainly designed to harvest the water, transport it, or convert it to the surface water. Then they also slow down the runoff before it enters the different water courses, and it provides areas to store water in natural contours, so that allows the water to stock into the ground slowly but surely. Then for some, it helps to treat the runoff on site, then allow water to be transferred through vegetation. So this is the whole urban drainage systems that can be designed, and they can help in what? Urban resilience as a nature-based solution. So what are some of the benefits of these urban drainage systems? They improve on the air quality, and then they help in the cooling effect. Sorry, they reduce on the temperatures that are in the city, in the urban area. They are also sites for biodiversity habitats. So, and they reduce on carbon, thereby allowing climate change adaptation, and then also community cohesion and crime reduction against so much property. They are helping involvement in recreation. If you have designed your urban drainage system very well, people will come to look at it, and it will earn you something, or you will benefit from, getting an idea. Then they reduce floods, so there is some security for the water supply. Then so many of the sewage systems helps to reduce flows and volume to treat in the combined system. Sewage treatment is important for drainage, for urban drainage systems. Then, depending on how you have done it, it can have some visual character that can be attractive to the people. And then it will also improve on the water quality of the water you have collected, thereby being a good surface water quality improvement. Then they also encourage, promote economic growth, businesses, jobs, property prices, education opportunities. You need to have access to these education opportunities, knowing how these urban drainage systems can help you as a person and to the community. Then it also helps reduce floods, which is one of the disasters we have here in Kampala. Anytime you're thinking of where has it flooded, you try to go to X, the one that has current information. So it also helps in health and well-being of the people, both the physical, emotional, and mental health benefits. So they are the components of these urban drainage systems. We have the wetlands, the detention basins or the retention ponds, then the trees, and then the permeable pavements. The wetlands have been talked about, even the retention ponds and the trees, even the permeable pavements, at least they were talked about by the previous speaker during ecosystem services. Then there are also the infiltration basins, the bioretention systems. Those ones I've already talked about them. The green roofs and living walls. Illustration of where we hope to go. Showed some pictures of what we hope to get. Then the rainwater harvesting systems. Yes. Thank you. Interaction, comments, additions are welcome.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm moving just an inquiry. If you have moved along Entebbe Airport Road, from around Mpala to Entebbe town, you realize that the pots, the flower pots, so the flowers that are being planted in them, where would you categorize that kind of urban greening? Thank you.
Richard is going to answer that. It's the urban plan. Love that.
Well, training at the moment, whether it is in ports, whether it is in SACs or whatever, it just basically helps to increase urban attractiveness and also maybe to do cooling. So what we're thinking is basically that when we increase the greening in the cities, reduce the burning heat, and so any form of any contribution to greening, basically just to encourage communities or settlers in the participating in, because some people don't want to create or to dig their spaces because consider it maybe I don't know, but it's basically for them to contribute towards greening. That's basically it. Yes.
Any other questions, interruptions before I hand over to Secretary?
Maybe just to add a little bit, like for example, if you look at how we are urbanizing, we are reducing most of our public spaces. Like for example, you know, Kampala alone has about 12 spaces, and many of them are not accessible because of the new developments that objectives for commerce and all that. Yeah. So people, instead of people enjoying them, they just run away from the city. So if you find those that are actually accessible and have seats near them, people are just basically trying to contribute because they have failed to penetrate into what or go into what has been considered to be public because of our privatization.
You have shown is the policy dictating or showing the urban centers how we can move green on our structures, in terms of the design that it is mandatory. I don't know. And also having the urban forest, yet in some areas they even are advocating for the gazetting. How best do we protect the greens in our urban centers so that the heats that comes and also the carbon emission and they are really thinking. And that one also, I think, whether we advocate on the policy level, we upgrade this structure so that this they are talking about the new creativity, this development so that the space is reducing, can't have land, but at least every person, if he has green on the building, it contributes a lot. And then to the west, now knowing what happened to Kampala and other areas, how best our practice can we document and use it to engage KCC and other urban centers, so that this west, the one we are seeing the majority of the west of the streets in the areas, landfills can be reduced, at least to a certain level, so that our people can also enjoy, but we continue because there is no way we shall avoid generating the waste. We have to eat, we have to do things, but how best can we work with the policy makers, at least we reduce what is being put in the landfills.
I am re-echoing a question that was asked earlier by Sebastian. He asked the question, though he didn't get a response. I think it got mixed up with the responses. Dr. Agatha, Sebastian asked that in urban centers where we are promoting, where you said we can promote animal rearing, there is a contradiction in terms of policy. The policy is that the animal rearing in urban areas is prohibited. And here you were actually advising for small scale landowners to partition and provide for space for animal rearing. And he was saying, couldn't that be a contradiction? And if so, how do we get it implemented? With that.
For urban farming, animal rearing is on small scale. Like there people can have some chickens in their backyards. But for the big livestock, it is being prohibited, but still I see cattle moving around the urban area. So I don't know, it comes back to you as a cautious.
Thank you, Dr. Agatha. We all see cows, goats, and other livestock moving around the roads in Kampala. The policy does not stop people from rearing cows and goats and etc. It prohibits you leaving your animals to just move around through the roads in the city. If you have space where you can put your cows, your goats, your whichever animals, the policy cannot, it doesn't stop you. What it prohibits is you leaving your animals to just move around the roads in the city. I think that's fine.
There has been some confusion, but let's cover our pieces, answer the quiz, and then we'll continue with the questions. The drill is the same. Write only your number. An objective should have only a single answer. I think you've seen the negative ones on your papers. So try to follow the instructions this time. So the time, this time we are giving you 20 minutes since the questions are 15.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Christine. Then it's just closing remarks. But for that, I want to thank everyone who spare this time. It's thank you for sparing the time. I just want to thank the facilitators. It's a lot of knowledge that has been shared with us regarding NbS. And then lastly, I would also like to thank the partners, especially MD, for taking a lead of this activity. I take a lead project, which is a triple benefit project, funding this activity. And we have different partners, including Toro Botanical. We have someone from LADA, URP, Alinzu Up, and told them someone. But all these partners are working with us, this project, and the project is using the IUCN model, NbS. So I'm happy that this activity is promoting the ambassadors. Champions. Yeah, champions. So I think we can have these, many of them, especially at the district level and lower levels. So more likely, maybe next year we'll have more. So I wanted also to talk about the project itself. I've talked about the partners, but we are doing, we went through the design stage, from the design stage, implementation. We also did self-assessment. So we are having NbS on 3 rivers. First river is River Chambula. Here, I also have secondary. We have River Kigina, where is taking a lead. We also have River Juera, that is taking a lead. When you look at that picture there, you can see we have the number of societal challenges. Amongst all these partners, water scarcity was the main societal challenge. So as much as there's water, sometimes we cannot use it. So we need to ensure that we have some interventions to improve the quality of water. They have talked about different things, food security and so on. All these are being shared with us. I want to take more of the time. Thank you again for being here. So that tomorrow you're able to talk with them. The meeting is closed.
So now we can help him and leave at leisure.
Very, like very popular.